I am in just south of Park City. I'm watching it live. It's great. Stream looks good on Facebook. I said stream looks good on Facebook. Don't laugh at me.
County over toward Morris County until 5:15. Another severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-size hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds. 2 new thunderstorms are starting to pop up, one north of Florence, another one to the north of Burns, but then we also have some other baby thunderstorms in northwestern Butler County. The green line that extends from parts of western Harvey County, western Sedgwick County, back toward Anthony, that is the dry line. That's what separates drier air to the west and more moisture to the east. So any place to the east of this is still fair game, at least until 9 o'clock tonight, of us to continue to see thunderstorms. We'll continue to stay on top of it for you. We also have our storm trackers that are out. Lisa Dimmitt is monitoring the storms. We have Robert Clayton. We also have our storm tracker, Jacob Honeycutt, who is positioned just to the south of Wichita over toward the Mulvane area. You can see the towering cumulonimbus clouds and the thunderstorms that are developing just to the north. But he is in prime position for additional thunderstorms to keep firing farther to the south. We'll continue to keep you advised right here all throughout the evening. Julia, back over to you. Lisa. Topeka area. But there are several thunderstorms within our viewing area that definitely pose a threat that could produce a tornado. So please make sure that you're watching these storms rather closely. This is the storm that is now pushed to the east of the Marion area. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Marion County. Storm is now starting to branch off back toward Peabody. No severe thunderstorm warning currently in play for the Peabody area, but this is also going to go over toward Chase County. And this is going to be for the hail. I see that hail core now just to the west of Florence, so you could get some hail here that could be potentially up to the size of baseballs. That is what we saw in the Marion County area earlier in the town of Marion. Now this is going to be tracking to the east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. We'll also watch for any rotation on our rotation product here. This is known as shear rate. I'm not seeing anything that is jumping out at me with a storm that is capable of producing a tornado. As for the other thunderstorms that are farther to the east that are now starting to push a little bit closer to Topeka, we have a couple of tornado warnings from Newberry over toward Alma, including Hessdale and also Eskridge. Those will also be tracking to the east. These are the type of tornadoes that you're going to see lined up on almost like an archer's bow. So you're getting some gusty winds, but you could also get a quick little spin up and also a spin down tornado, which now this tornado warning for Hessdale over toward Eskridge and Dover has now been highlighted in purple. So this is a confirmed tornado warning. Back closer to the KSN viewing area over toward Kelso, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Morris County until 6:45. Here in Wichita, take a look to the south. This is another thunderstorm, another few thunderstorms that are developing that have also quickly become severe in the type of environment that we have. We have now received hail that has been larger than 3 inches in diameter just to the southwest of the Wellington area over toward the Perth area. Another thunderstorm over toward Perth, and then down toward Caldwell we have another one. So we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be in effect for Sumner County until 6:45. This is lifting to the northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Expected some large hail over toward Wellington. And again, this is going to be up to about 3 inches in diameter. You can also see that hail core now to the northeast of We do have one of our storm trackers. We have storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt, who is on this storm, watching it rather closely because we're out ahead of the dry line. So we still have all the ingredients to work with that could produce a tornado. It's not going to be until about 9 p.m. this evening that once we get on the other side of this cold front, that's when our tornadic threat is expected to drop. But we're waiting for these thunderstorms to start clustering together. But these thunderstorms over towards Sumner County, they are still by themselves. So they have a lot of elbow room to work with. And additional thunderstorms across the state line into K County, Oklahoma, but also I'm seeing some rotation here just to the north of Medford. This is going to be in Grant County. This storm will also be tracking to the northeast, so we need to watch it closely for southern Sumner County. Our severe storm threats, high on the list, damaging winds, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, but so far it's been the hail up to baseball size. Tornadoes, we have not seen any reports of any tornadoes just yet, but we have had some tornado warnings in effect earlier this afternoon and this evening. 6 o'clock this evening, you can see the thunderstorms pushing eastward, starting to form into a line. Southeastern Kansas early tonight. Then we'll have some leftover showers to the northwest for tomorrow. Then on Saturday, another risk for severe weather. And again, all forms of severe weather are possible with these type of thunderstorms. So please make sure that you also continue to be weather aware for this weekend. Our lows tonight, 30s, cooler in the west, 50s across the Wichita area. Looking ahead this weekend, risk for severe weather for Saturday. Sunday will be dependent on what happens on Saturday. Another chance for showers and thunderstorms on Wednesday. 77 the high for tomorrow. North Central Kansas, 73 Friday, Saturday. Could pick up some thunderstorms on Saturday and also Sunday. In addition to next Wednesday, any lingering showers should exit on Monday. Southwest Kansas, 75 Friday, Saturday. 30% chance for thunderstorms on Saturday, Sunday. Looks like it starts to shift to the north and to the east. And Northwest Kansas may see some raindrops tomorrow evening, but it's not going to be much. May be able to pick up a little bit more by Sunday. More after the break. Keep it here. Tornado warning just issued for a small sliver of Morris County over toward Lyon County. You can definitely see this signature on Doppler radar to the southeast of Hemlock and also approaching the Dunlap area. This is rotation on radar. We have a tornado warning in effect for Morris County until 7:15. Storm is expected to track to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour, and it will be pushing into northern Lyon County. So please make sure that you are using your tornado safety precautions from Dunlap. If you live to the south of Council Grove, if you live to the southeast of Helmick, and also to the northeast of Heimer, you are going to be underneath this tornado warning until 7:15 for tonight. We also are noticing that there is some rotation near the Florence area, and there is discussion that they are going to be issuing a tornado warning out of this any moment now. We are waiting for this to hit here on our National Weather Service feed here. They are discussing a possible tornado about 3 miles to the southeast of Florence, and meteorologist Jack Maney is on storm tracker radar, keeping a close eye on this. And I'm also going to bring him in because they've also included this whole entire line in a severe thunderstorm warning. So we are going to continue to stay on this here because we do have a confirmed, looks like it's a possible tornado about 3 miles to the southeast of Florence. We are waiting for them to issue this tornado warning.
The tornado warning has been issued now.
They are now issuing it. We also have another strong thunderstorm that is pushing through Sumner County that also has the potential to produce a tornado. Jack.
Yes, this is going to be about 3 miles southeast of Florence. There's a bit of a rotation signature just on the southeastern sides of Florence. It's going to be also to the southwest of Cedar Point. Now let's go take it over to our analysis tab so we can see a little bit more detail on this. And yeah, it's going to be this little notch right in here, just to the southeast of Florence. That's going to be the most dangerous part of the storm right here.
We're going to go ahead and take that off right there.
Take that off, get it a little bit less cluttered so we can see a little bit better. But yeah, that's going to be moving off to the east. It's going to be on this, just on the southern sides of Cedar Point. We'll put this into motion here so you can see where it's heading off to. It's going to be, looks like it's going to be moving just to the south of Florence and eventually heading off to the south and east. It'll be staying also to the north of Matfield Green, heading into the Flint Hills region, and we will, we'll continue to monitor this. There is rotation showing up just to the south of Florence.
Yeah.
You can see those reds coming up, the greens just to the south of Florence have gotten a little bit brighter. So yeah, that low-level rotation signature is strengthening.
Okay.
And also let's go on over to this one over to the east as well, just to the north of Rockland. You can also see this rotation signature moving along.
Go ahead and stop this, Maney. And
Yes.
Instead of having, you see all of these different colors and all these different polygons. Trying to concentrate on where exactly this is. But from Dunlap over to Bouchon, over toward Admire, this is where we have the tornado warning that is in effect. Let's go ahead and put the marquee on here to the southeast of Council Grove. Council Grove, and we'll see, not included in this tornado warning, but this is all radar indicated, which means that we are seeing the twisting of the winds. We're seeing that on Doppler radar. We're looking at our shear rate product. If we are not going to get a tornado out of this, we're certainly going to get some damaging winds that could be anywhere from about 60 to 70 miles per hour. Manny, if you could go ahead and go back to our reflectivity product, and let's just go ahead and take a look at the whole lay of the land and all of these different thunderstorms. So we have the tornado warning right here for Morris County. We also have the tornado warning that extends over toward Lyon County because this is going to be tracking to the east. If you live in southeastern Morris County over toward northern Lyon County, please make sure that you are in your tornado safe place. A purple polygon near Auburn. This is a confirmed tornado warning. This is farther to the north. This is outside of our viewing area, but it includes the Topeka out of KSN, which is our sister station here. They are covering both of these. Earlier this evening, we had a tornado warning for Riley County that included Manhattan, and it also included K-State. This is the line that has now started to push to the east. These thunderstorms, while they all started off by themselves, they started to unzip from Nebraska back to the south-southwest. We're starting to get some of this rotation on the leading edge of this. And when you get the leading edge and that rotation, it could produce a quick spin up and also a spin down type of tornado. But the one that has prompted the most recent tornado warning for us, now to the southeast of the Florence area, if we could put a marker on that, south of Clements, just to see how strong some of those winds may be. If you use the teardrop, you'll be able to see, yeah, so about 77-mile-per-hour winds. That's what we're seeing right here to the southeast of Florence. So from southeastern Marion County, we have a tornado warning in effect until 7:15. This will go over toward Chase County until 7:15. This is going to stay mainly over rural locations. It'll pass between Clements and also to the north of Burns. So if you live in this part of Chase County, you need to be getting underground. You need to make sure that you are using your tornado safety precautions. At one time, this storm did produce baseball-sized hail over toward Marion, but now we're not starting to see as much of the hail signatures with these thunderstorms as we did earlier, as we're now starting to see some of the rotation on the leading edge. And this is definitely giving us enough concern that there could be a tornado that is on the ground. And according to what we are seeing from the National Weather Service chat from the Burns, which is right here, fire department, that they are reporting seeing a tornado that is on the ground, and that they are looking straight west of Northwest 150th and Boyer toward the Butler Marion County line. So that's going to be exactly where Maney has put this storm track on it. And Maney, you could even extend the storm track a little bit farther too. But if it continues on this easterly track at about 6:58, it will be over toward Matfield Green. So Matfield Green, you should also be heading to your tornado safe place, and Bazaar at about 7 o'clock. So from what we are hearing from the National Weather Service chat, we have emergency managers, we have law enforcement, we have the National Weather Service personnel, and also other storm chasers and other storm trackers that are out watching this, and they do have a confirmed tornado that is on this. Maney.
Yeah, and we've seen that looks like that when that signature first came up on radar just about 5 minutes ago, it was a little bit tighter, a little bit better defined. It has weakened a bit. We're seeing the reports that it could be losing some of its structure, but did still appear to be in contact with the ground. That was just as of a couple of minutes ago from the Burns Fire Department crew out there. So yeah, this is going to be just to the south of Florence, and we'll stay south of Clements. It'll be moving off just about due east, maybe just slightly south of east towards Bazaar and Matfield Green over into the Flint Hills area. Looks like it has broadened up just a little bit. There could still be something on the ground within there. Looks like now we have we've switched over to the confirmed tornado tag on that storm a little bit farther to the east. Let's go ahead and clear this off and take a look at what's happening near Dunlap. Dunlap looks like the area of rotation is going to be just coming in on the western sides of town. We'll put a storm track on this, going to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour, so it's pretty much right on the door. In Dunlap, you need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. There has been a reported tornado with this storm.
At about 3 minutes ago, a confirmed tornado was located over Dunlap, moving to the northeast at 35. So that is the reason why this has gone to the purple of a confirmed tornado. This coming in from National Weather Service out of Topeka, and the storm will continue to move to the northeast. So Dunlap, I hope you folks are in your tornado safe place right now of a confirmed tornado. If this tornado continues to stay on the ground and it keeps pushing to the northeast, it will be moving over toward Bouchon, over toward Allen, and also Admire. So this is going to be the storm track that we have, and I would say I would probably take about 2 minutes away from each of these times. If that's on Dunlap right now, then I would probably say Bouchon maybe anywhere between 6:43 and 6:45, Allen at about 6:52, and Admire at about 6:57. So 6:56 rather. So again, we have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground over Morris County, and it will be tracking into northern Lyon County. Tornado warning will stay in effect until 7:15. They're still expecting to continue with the same expiration time on this at 7:15. So this is one of the storms that we're watching. Jack, why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of the other storms that we have. We have the other tornado warned storm. You'll notice how farther to the north over toward Dunlap, it's purple. That's because it's been observed. But if you go down toward the Florence area, we've also had rotation here. This is not confirmed, but it's definitely showing us the signs that we do have rotation that is on Doppler radar. The cold front is coming in from the northwest. So these thunderstorms are trying to move, but they're getting caught up by the cold front. So basically they get undercut, and that helps to starve them from the tornadic potential. But they're still moving into an area where they have a lot of juice, a lot of ingredients to work with. And as they're moving along, it's almost like they skip up over themselves and they produce a little bit of rotation on the leading edge. This is also now starting to build back toward the Newton area. Newton is under a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning at this time. But I also want to show you what's going on here to the south, because it looks like we have a new tornado warning.
We just had
Jack.
a tornado warning issued for K County in Oklahoma for a storm that's riding just south of the state line, and also considerably.
Let's go ahead and zoom in on that.
Yeah, zoom in on that guy.
Let's take that marquee off. Let's go ahead and zoom in.
Yeah,
so we have these two other storms. We have the one, you actually have confirmed destructive tags, because this storm, it has weakened as it's pushed up into the northern parts of Sumner County. This is the one that produced hail that was up to about, what was it, tennis ball size hail over toward the Perth area. That's going to continue to push up to the northeast. So you're using Vance, but look at that hook on radar right here.
Yeah.
That's going to be going right toward the Bremen area.
Yeah.
And we do have one of our storm trackers that's in the area too. And if I could communicate here some inside baseball with Ashley, who is in the booth, if you could communicate with Jacob as to his location, if he is down here, if he went ahead and crossed the state line to take a look at this storm right here. But this one also has a tornado warning on it from Grant County over toward K County, Oklahoma, but this also includes Sumner County from South Haven over toward Honeywell and Ashton. This will stay in effect until 7:15 tonight. So there are definite signs from what you can see here on Doppler radar of this storm that is pushing to the east, heading over toward Bremen at about 7 o'clock this evening. We have additional cities that have also been put onto this list over toward Dilworth at about 7:10. We have Bender at 7:19, and we have Newkirk at 7:26. If you see any of your cities that are listed here, you need to be using your tornado safety precautions. If you do have a basement, getting into the basement is best. If you don't have a basement, an interior room, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside storm as possible. And if you have time, grab 3 things. Grab a pillow for your head, a blanket for your body, and also your shoes. But if there is ever a classic signature that is on Doppler radar of a storm that's getting ready to produce a tornado, it is going to be this one, Maney.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also do want to take a note of the storm that's a little bit farther to the north. It has weakened, but still severe near Cicero, Whitman, heading into Belle Plaine. That storm is warned. I believe it's warned for golf ball size hail coming, or no, that's Marion County. That was the storm that was producing baseball and larger size hail in Sumner County to the southwest of Wellington near Perth. So there could still be some large hail coming into that storm, and also that'll be clipping the southeastern corner of Sedgwick County closer to Derby. But yeah, that storm just south of the Oklahoma state line coming into K County, that is a classic supercell. That is looking every bit like a tornadic signature to me, coming into western K County, and that's this is going to be something to watch over the next 30 to 45 minutes, Lisa.
Absolutely right, and it's taking more of that easterly track, but also it looks like it's going to be hugging pretty close to the state line. The state line right here, Kansas. Here's Oklahoma. We have the tornado warning that does extend up. They did extend the tornado warning, and no, they did not, into Sumner County. So it is from Grant County. It's hard to tell from all of these different polygons that you have here with the different colors over toward K County, Oklahoma. But if this just moves a little bit more to the northeast, this is going to be over toward Honeywell. But I would still have Honeywell. I would still have South Haven. Use your tornado safety precautions. And Maney, if you could move this a little bit more back to the southwest of this view. I want to take a look at some of these other towns here. This will be Bremen.
Eventually Ark City, I'd be thinking.
And then
down
Ark
the road.
City too. That's right. Ark City is going to be right over here. You have Ashton, you have Portland, you have South Haven, you have Honeywell. This is where you're going to get a lot of the large hail. And these storms have had some massive hail so far.
There you go.
There you go. Right there. That's where we're going to have this classic circulation that could lead to a tornado. Some updates from the National Weather Service. Received another report of a tornado looking at the Butler and also the Marion County line just to the west of Burns. It was a citizen report that was relayed by the fire department. Fire department mentioning that earlier because we have a few other tornado warnings that are farther up the road. But this storm right here, tornado warning in effect for Grant County over toward K County, Oklahoma. But I would also use caution from Honeywell to South Haven to Ashton. If you live in southern Sumner County, close to any of these towns, if you live in rural locations, you need to go ahead and use your tornado safety precautions.
Latest note from the National Weather Service showing 45 to 50 knots of gate-to-gate rotation on that cell coming into western K County that's currently in Grant County, Oklahoma.
Okay, and we also have storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt. You know, once you get down closer into that area over toward Honeywell, sometimes your cell phone signal can be in and out, so we're going to try to reestablish connection with him. But let's go ahead and take a look. Tornado spotted 1 mile east. That's going to be Marcy, so that's going to be over toward Marion County. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other storms farther to the north as well, Maney. And let's just touch on each of these. We're not going to abandon this storm at all that's pushing eastward, that's prompted the tornado warning from northeastern Grant County into northern K County, Oklahoma, and it's riding so close to the state line. But also we've had the additional severe thunderstorm warnings and the confirmed tornado warning over toward the Dunlap area. The Dunlap area also had a report of, I believe, a roof that had been knocked off of a house here. Let me double check that here. A roof blown off of a home near Cahola Lake, which is about 4 miles southwest of Dunlap in Morris County. So that goes to show you just the power of the thunderstorms that we have. As we've gone through this afternoon and this evening, Maney, we have been able to see how these thunderstorms have continued to evolve. How we started off with some thunderstorms up in Nebraska, then they started to build back closer to Belleville, and then the cold front got a little bit closer, and all it took was for the cap to break, and then we saw these huge thunderstorms and producing some pretty large hail, with baseball size hail reported in Marion over toward Perth. We also had 3-inch hail that was reported, so that's going to do a lot of damage to your home. It's going to bust out windows. This is not the type of setup that you want to be outside watching any of these thunderstorms.
Yeah, these storms have already, we've had these reports of, was it 3.5-inch hail that was near Perth in Sumner County? So these storms, they're capable of producing larger than baseball-sized hail, and yeah, that can easily knock a hole right through your windshield or cause a lot of roof damage, tree limb damage, just not something you want to be caught outside in. And right now we're looking at that storm with the confirmed tornado tag on it just to the east of Dunlap. I haven't been seeing as strong of a velocity signature on this storm. It's looking like there's not as much of a tight rotation signature on this, but
which we definitely want to hope to see. But you know, over toward Cahola Lake, and I hope I'm pronouncing Cahola Lake correctly. But there's also a report coming in from Topeka saying there is a report of a lot of cabins that have been affected, and some of them completely demolished at Lake Cahola.
Yeah, and that could easily be tornadoes. That could also be a straight line wind damage from what's happened, because even if we don't actually have a technical tornado on the ground, you can still have strong 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts that move in a straight line that can also cause damage, especially to smaller outbuildings. Like a cabin might not be the most sturdily built building.
Correct.
So that could easily cause that kind of damage.
Right. Also, we're getting a report of a lowering at about 2200 M. Lyon County. 2200 M. Lyon County.
Yeah, that's not quite sure where that location's going to be.
Yeah, if Topeka is watching our feed, if they could be a little bit more specific about that location in Lyon County, that would definitely be useful. So Burns Fire Department is still tracking the original tornado report, continuing to see a debris cloud on the ground approximately 6 miles east of Elbing on the Butler County side of the line.
Yes, that's going to be the one near Elbing?
A little bit farther south.
Yeah,
That'll be
farther
the
south.
Florence
Okay,
one.
we don't have the tornado warning on that one
No,
anymore.
we don't. Just a severe thunderstorm warning,
but
that's producing some pretty strong winds.
Yeah, strong winds, and also on days like today, you have a severe thunderstorm warning, but a tornado can spin up on you lickety-split when you have rotating thunderstorms like this. Not seeing an okay. It would be on that back end of the line near Elbing. So okay, I see a little bit more of a signature right there. We were talking about the potential for more of a landspout type of threat on the back end of this line. Maybe not fully established mesocyclone on a tornado, but there might be enough spin in that low level to just produce a small funnel that might not be in a probably not going to be an especially strong tornado, but it can produce a funnel cloud, can produce some minor damage whenever you do get a landspout to spin up like that. But
a landspout, a different variety of a tornado, but it is still a tornado. And it's one of those things you don't want to go outside and you want to take a look at to see, hey, can I see if I can see one of these landspouts? This reminds me a lot of April 29th of 2022 when we had the Southeast Wichita Andover tornado day. And we had a lot of these thunderstorms that were up in this area. And we were getting a lot of landspouts. But then as we started to see more thunderstorms develop ahead of the dry line, like we have from Sumner County down into Kay County, Oklahoma, that one that's prompted the tornado warning over toward Kay County, Oklahoma, and also Grant County, that one just has been a classic signature. And also, if we could go back to that one as well, Manny.
There we are. Suddenly a confirmed tornado warning for Butler, Chase, Harvey, and Marion County. Let's get the marquee on here until 7:30 p.m.
Okay, and the reason that they're going to do this is over such a large area, Manny, is because for the threat of some landspouts. And so this will go from the Newton area down towards Sedgwick, including Putnam, Whitewater, Potwin, DeGraff, Burns, and also over toward the Matfield Green area. So large confirmed tornado warning until 7:30 this evening. And multiple counties, multiple cities included in this because of the possibility of some landspouts.
Yeah, and also because we often talk about inside of the weather community, we talk about tail end Charlie on the back end of a line of thunderstorms. Like we've seen these storms tending more in towards that line shape through Clements and Florence down to Peabody, but on the back end of that line, you can start to get a little bit more rotation to come up, and so I'd be watching near McLean's, Elbing. There could be some rotation there. We just had a report of an ongoing tornado 6 miles east-southeast of Renfro. That's the northern Oklahoma storm.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the other storm here, and I also want to bring in storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt because he has been located in the Honeywell area. And Ashley, do we have communication with Jacob? We do. Jacob, if you could please give us an update on the storm that you were watching that's hugging the Kansas-Oklahoma state line, that it is now a confirmed tornado. Okay, we just lost audio with Jacob, but he is in the Honeywell area watching this new tornado warning. It is confirmed from northeastern Grant County into northern Kay County, Oklahoma. This includes the Bremen area right up to the state line. If you live in Honeywell, if you live in South Haven, all it takes is this storm to shuffle by just a little bit. Even though you are not officially in a tornado warning, I would still use my tornado safety precautions. And I would also be watching this storm over toward Ark City within the next hour. So Jacob Honeycutt, one of our storm trackers, watching this storm. Do we have Jacob back? Okay, we do not have Jacob back. Let's go ahead and go back to storm tracker radar and let's go ahead and take a look at this storm. And Manny, let's go ahead and put a new storm track on this. What direction is it moving? It's moving east still. Yeah. Has it moved a little bit more to the northeast?
Check and see if it's got any more of that northern component of motion, which is something we don't want to see.
Okay.
See that storm coming across the state line. Looks like it is moving east at 30, so it's going to be hugging just near and south of the state line for the time being.
Okay, and also on the northern extent of all of these thunderstorms, we've been talking about Lake Cohola, and from what we are hearing from the National Weather Service chat is that we do have more damage. Lake Cohola manager is confirming a direct hit from a tornado. Other information right now is pending.
Okay, so we've had that tornado. That's up to the northeast. That's going to be in Morris County.
That's going to be the Morris County storm.
Yeah, then we have other reports of tornadoes happening in Harvey County, happening over towards Chase and Marion counties, and now we have this also, this beast of a supercell just near the state line coming into western K County. So that's going to be heading towards Interstate 35. If you're planning on making a drive down to Oklahoma City, or if you have someone coming up from Oklahoma City, you better know that this storm's going to be crossing the path of the interstate. That's going to be near the casino right there as you get over the state line.
So you never want to make sure that you're driving through any of these type of thunderstorms like this. You always want to have a weather app with you, like the trusted KSN Storm Track 3 weather app, because you'd be going right into some hail and also a confirmed tornado. So the confirmed tornado was reported about 6 miles to the east-southeast of Renfro in Grant County. We have storm tracker Jacob Honeycutt, and let's get out to Jacob here on this storm. Jacob. Okay, we're going to continue to check in with Jacob Honeycutt on this confirmed tornado.
And I recognize that location where he's at. He's in South Haven right now.
He is in South Haven.
Yep.
Okay, so he is in South Haven, and he's looking directly south at this storm. We can even see the storm from our downtown Wichita Skyview camera. The track of this tornado will be going to the east at about 7:08, and the other communities that are on the list, including Peckham at 7:25, Bender at 7:30. We have Newkirk at 7:39. We also have Arkansas City at 7:45. Again, I said Arkansas City at 7:45. Even though Ark City is not currently in a tornado warning, you guys need to be watching this storm, because all it takes is for it to move just a little bit more to the northeast, and it could bring a tornado in your direction. You can, if you have ever seen a more classic definition, a signature on Doppler radar, if you are looking at it from shear rate, that is a sink drain. That is telling us that this is where we have the tornado. So here it is, Renfro. Now to the north of Deer Creek, to the northwest of Narden, this is where the tornado is going to be located. It is directly west-southwest of Bremen, a direct west look at Sumter. So thanks for doing that, Manny. So we're about 10 miles to the west-southwest of the Bremen area that we have this confirmed tornado. Some of the roads that you can see associated with this, approaching North 140th Street and North 124th Street. Honeywell at the top of your screen. Deer Creek at the bottom. We also have Narden. We also have Blackwell. This should stay to the north of the Blackwell area, but it is pushing eastward right now, and it is expected to be approaching the Bremen area. This is also going to be approaching I-35 here momentarily, so I hope that people are clearing the highway. They're not driving into this, whether they're coming from the Kansas side or they're coming up from Oklahoma. If you have any family members that are planning to drive to Oklahoma this evening, or could be on the road, could have already left Wichita, could have already left maybe Wellington or Winfield, please tell them that this storm is something that you do not want to drive through. This is going to be blinding rain, and also this is going to be some pretty large hail over toward Bremen and now to the east of Renfro. Plus, we also have a confirmed tornado at this time pushing eastward. Jack.
Yeah, and this storm is now going to be making a really, really close call with the town of Bremen. So that's going to be the casino. I believe that's the Rock and Brews Casino right there on the right there as you get over the state line coming south out of Kansas. So if you know that location, then you know where to be away from or to be taking shelter. I know there's a lot of people who like truckers who often stop there for a rest in the parking lots there. So that's going to be a really dangerous close call with that location where a lot of people might be. And that's moving 30 miles per hour. It's about 10 miles away right now. So that's going to be there within about maybe 15 more minutes. It'll be right there onto the Interstate 35. And I don't want to run away from this storm because that's a mean looking storm right there. But we've got other tornado warnings that we need to bop back over to and check out. Also want to give an update on the storm that is continuing to move out of Sumner County into northwestern Cali County near Udall. This is going to be a storm capable of producing some hail. It's still got a warning on it for, I believe, It's still showing the destructive warning, but I believe that one might be about ready to expire. Or no, it's on there for another 20 minutes, so there could be some hail up to baseball size within that storm. And then we were continuing to monitor those confirmed reports of funnel clouds and tornadoes along this line coming in for areas just east of Newton,
Had a
McLean's to
landspout
Elbing.
near Newton, about 5 miles to the east-southeast of Newton in Harvey County. And landspouts, it's a different breed of tornado. You can get some damage with a landspout. It's just, it's not going to be your typical type of supercell that
Yeah,
you're looking at.
a landspout is it's a little tornado that's not actually attached to a rotating cloud base. It can be just with any garden variety thunderstorm. They're usually much weaker. They kind of form in the same way that dust devils do on hot, dry days. But they can be strong enough to produce at least some minor damage. They can be like an EF0, maybe up to an EF1
EF1
tornado.
or 2.
Yeah, but those I do see one small little signature here.
Near
Just
McLean's?
near McLean's. That could be a little something right there. It's a very small signature. It's not especially strong and likely going to be pretty short-lived, but that could be an area of interest to be watching just northeast of McLean's, southwest of Elbing. This is going to be south of US 50. And it looks like it will be staying south of US 50. I believe that's going to be heading off in the general direction, moving south and southeast, because these storms are now attached to the cold front. We've actually seen them kind of make that right-hand turn as the cold front caught up to them. So these are going to be taking on a little bit more of a southeastward component of motion as we go forward. So I'll clear this off of here and take us back over to reflectivity. Yeah, you can see the little bit of a notch happening here on this back side of this storm. So that's right there. That's what we call tail end Charlie in the storm chasing community, where you can see on the back side of a line of thunderstorms a more persistent rotation can actually form, and really it kind of can take on that supercell shape. Just as long as there's not something behind it that will continue to disrupt it, that would qualify as enough elbow room for a storm to actually produce some rotation that could also turn tornadic.
And this is also where we have the boundary that is currently moving through the Newton area back towards Sedgwick. It extends over toward Andale, along with Cheney. So any place that is to the east of this boundary is fair game for all forms of severe weather. And we saw the thunderstorms start to unzip from the northwest. We've had multiple tornado warnings, multiple confirmed tornado warnings, and also some damage too at Lake Cahola. We also have this rather large confirmed tornado warning from Harvey County to northern Butler County, small area of southern Marion County over toward Chase County, and that's because on this leading edge you could get one of those quick, maybe spin up type of tornadoes, but you could also get a landspout. So many people have been watching that. We've even had some of our storm trackers that have been in the area keeping a close eye on that. Also, let's take you over here toward Bouchon and also Allen over toward Admire. North of Americus, there looks to be a little bit of rotation. Is that not catching up with it?
That looks like old data to me. Let's take this back. That could be an issue. It says we're still receiving data. Last updated at 6:56.
Yeah, because that was showing the rotation still over toward Dunlap, and it's clearly pushed to the east
Yeah, Storm
right now.
Relative has it updated.
Yeah, definitely right here, over toward Bouchon, over toward Allen, and also our sister station, KSNT, out of Topeka, is on this storm, and they do have a visual of this, and we're watching this inside the Weather Center, and it looks like we got a lot of scud in this area here.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those tornadoes. It's a high precipitation storm. Whenever we are kind of getting into that more line shape, this is going to take on that. There's going to be a lot more rain, a lot more hail, just a lot more moisture coming out of this storm, and that would obscure a lot of what you might be able to see. So this might not be as clean cut of a tornado. If there is something, it's going to be back in the rain, something you can't see until it's right on top of you. But it looks like, yeah, that area of rotation is going to be just to the southwest of Admire. It's a little ways northwest of the Turnpike right now.
It is just west of the Turnpike. So
yeah,
you can see Harveyville. If we go back to our radar rotation product,
this is roughly 5 miles northwest of the Turnpike right now.
Okay, so you'll be able to see Harveyville, then you'll be able to see over toward Allen. So this is going to be about 5 miles directly west of the turnpike, and it is going to be tracking to the east. And any place along this leading edge, I would say you could probably easily get some pretty gusty winds that could be up to about 60 miles per hour. So as this is coming in from the west, this is going to rock people on the turnpike. Hopefully folks are going to find someplace safe to pull away from the turnpike and get someplace not underneath an overpass or anything like that, but just to get completely off the road, because like Manny said, this is going to be hidden within the rain, but there is still definitely some rotation that is going to be within this part, and that's why we do have the confirmed tag that is still on this.
Yeah,
the expiration
and that,
time 7:15.
Let me get that pulled back up. Yeah, that's until 7:15, and this is the tornado, or the storm that did produce that tornado near Coahulla Lake. There was confirmed. I saw in chat that we confirmed that 3 buildings were damaged near Coahulla Lake from a direct hit about 30 minutes ago.
We also heard of some roof damage in the Dunlap area. So this portion of the storm definitely means business. Looks like it's going to be moving over toward the turnpike here very quickly here within the next 5 to 7 minutes at most. And a tornado warning will stay in effect. I think the Morris County part can be lifted as northern Lyon County is now in the crosshairs where we have this rotation, which is going to be southeast of Bouchon and north of Americus. Americus is probably getting some pretty strong winds here that could be up to about 60 miles per hour. Looking at a lot of the other reports that are coming in from the National Weather Service, other reports of course, the land spouts near the Newton area in Harvey County, 5 miles east-southeast of Newton. That's why we have that rather large tornado warning from Harvey County to northern Butler County to Chase and also Marion counties. But then another report of a land spout over toward Burns, about 3 miles northwest of Burns in Marion County. But also, let's go back to the other tornadic supercell that we've been monitoring across the state line. And it's basically hugging Kansas and Oklahoma, and it has produced a tornado. We had a tornado that was reported near Renfro earlier.
I could easily see that still being on the ground.
I could see it too. Yeah, that looks really solid there just to the west of the Bremen area. If you could put the dropper on this, if you go back over to
go back to velocity,
and let's go ahead and take a look at what some of these winds are probably doing. So about 59 mile per hour, 50, 60, 78, so probably a good 80 to 90 miles per hour just to the west of the Bremen area. This will be tracking to the east. But again, like I said, just the slightest push to the northeast, this could bring it over toward Ark City. And that's why folks close to the Sumner County line, closer to the Kansas-Oklahoma state line, need to be using your tornado safety precautions. This is going to pass by pretty close to just to the south of the Honeywell area. Right now, we are about 5 miles to the west-southwest of Bremen. I don't know about you, Manny, but it looks like it's starting to turn a little bit more northeastward.
Yeah, it might be getting just a couple miles of northward motion out of it, but that's going to be putting it, that's heading for the casino. Like, that's going directly for the casino just north of Bremen. A lot of folks are using that, the casino, the truck stop that a lot of folks might be parked. There could be folks in their trucks parked sleeping right now. Right there at that truck stop in Bremen.
Because there's also like a Brahms that's over there, if my memory serves me correctly.
I think that's in Blackwell.
That's in Blackwell.
Yeah, that's a little farther south. Yeah, it's the casino that's at the Highway 177 interchange right there. So that's Rock and Brews Casino.
Rock and Brews. Yep.
Yeah, and so that will also be the gas station right there. Then the town of Bremen is just about a mile south of there. So there's also going to be the residential areas of Bremen that could also be easily in the crosshairs of this thing. And I can see a little bit more of a hot spot showing up on radar.
Do we have a CC drop out of curiosity?
Let's take a look. I think we got one.
It'll be near North 124th Street and immediately west of I-35 by about how many miles here?
This is going to be about 5 miles west, maybe 4 miles now. Oh, yeah, 3.5. So this is heading right for. Hang on, I want to check and confirm. I believe that might not be our debris signature. I'd expect that to be a little farther north. Yeah, that was a false positive there. It's going to be the actual area of rotation is going to be a little bit farther north. It's going to be up in here. So that's a worse position actually, because that's going to be taking this directly into Bremen right there. The casino is right here. The town of Bremen's right here, so yeah, this is heading right into a populated area. That correlation coefficient drop, let's check and see if that's on, that's from Vance radar. Let's take a look at, it's also on viewed from Eisenhower Airport, but the rotation, that could also be a new area of rotation coming up here. Let's put this.
So we're seeing signs of recycling in the velocity with the tight gate to gate rotation. West of Bremen, the area of rotation now moving slight east-northeast, like I mentioned, towards Bremen, and will approach the town and I-35, US 177 intersection within the next 20 minutes. I think probably even less than that.
Yeah, I'd say we got 10 minutes.
Somebody is reporting that it is on the ground, 1 to 1.5 miles west of I-35.
Yeah, and that's a plain as day radar signature if I've ever seen one. So that's going to be producing at least 100 miles per hour gate to gate velocity right there. So that could be a pretty stout tornado coming in just to the southwest of Bremen. Let's give another estimate on how far away it is from town. That's about 5 miles away from Bremen right now. And if this thing pulls north at all, it's going to go straight into Bremen, or it's going to go straight to the casino right there on I-35.
Okay, so we're monitoring this one. We also have a brand new tornado warning for Lyon County. This is going to be for a continuation of the northern part of this line that produced damage in Morris County over toward Lake Cahola. If we could also take a look at that storm and get everybody up to speed. Now, they are not going with the confirmed tag. They are going from the purple over toward the red, as radar indicated. We're going to switch away from the Wichita and the Vance National Weather Service Office radars, and we're going to go back over toward Topeka. And we could definitely see over toward Admire a little bit of that rotation that's going to be southeast of Bouchon. Is this also updating here?
I think we might be having data feed issues from Topeka, because every other radar is updating, but this one's kind of getting a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, we haven't heard of any discussion from Topeka National Weather Service folks if they're having some delays when it comes to their Doppler radar feed. So if we look at it from Wichita, you're going to be looking at it way high up into the storm because of the rotation of the Earth. So you're going to be looking at it way up here. But you can definitely see that there is going to be a little bit of rotation within right here.
And that's going to be moving right over top of the turnpike here in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Exactly right. And that's why if you look down here to the south, Redding, over toward Barkley, over toward Osage City have all been included in this. So this is going to be pushing eastward. Soon it's going to be outside of the KSN viewing area, but a tornado warning. This is a new tornado warning that will stay in effect. Let's go ahead and put the marquee on for the new one. He's circling where we have some of the rotation right now of a potential tornadic development, seeing as this has had a history of producing a tornado for us. So tornado warning in effect until 7:45. Right now the time is 7:07. And that rotation is going to be northwest of Redding. This is still pushing to the east at about 30-35 miles per hour, I believe, and may make its way over toward Miller, anywhere from Admire over toward Redding. Please make sure you folks are in your tornado safe place. Get into a basement. Basement is best. If you can, get into an interior room like a bathroom, no windows. And if you have time, please grab 3 important things. Not only your family, but of course, you want to make sure that you grab a pillow, you want to grab a blanket, and you want to grab your shoes.
Yeah,
you're going to use the pillow for your head, you're going to use the blanket for your body, and the shoes in case your location does get hit by a tornado. This moves over toward Miller at about 7:24, Maney putting on an updated storm track, and Barkley at about 7:33.
And also notice how it has, it looks like one of our, I see another tornado there. That's going to be the one that's south of the state line.
Let's go ahead and go back to that one.
We'll bop back down to that one. But yeah, also notice that storm up to the northeast. That's taken a bit more of a right-hand turn. So that's going to be, shows that the cold front's starting to shove that one a little bit more east and southeast. So let's get down
another confirmed tornado. This is going to be on the Oklahoma side of things in Kay County, Oklahoma. It is 4 miles to the north-northeast of Nardin in Kay County. And also, this is going to be warned for some pretty large hail, too. The location of this, as we've been talking about this tornado, it is confirmed. It is large. It is a dangerous tornado, 4 miles to the southwest of Bremen, and it is moving east at 20 miles per hour.
Yeah,
this tornado is heading for Bremen.
Look at that signature.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but we're also able to see from some of our other feeds of some folks that are in the field that are other storm chasers, and
that's a big tornado.
It is
on the ground.
It is a big tornado.
That is 100% on the ground. That's a large tornado, and that is going to be. That's going to be. If that's not a close shave with Bremen, that's going to be very close to a direct hit. So we need to be safe places. If you're in Bremen, you're in a bad spot. You need to be getting into shelter underground. If you're at the casino, if you are in a truck, you need to be heading for a building. You need to be making sure that you're getting out of any kind of a mobile vehicle that's not anchored to the ground. Any mobile homes in the area. That's a big tornado.
Yes,
that's a strong tornado.
Okay. So what we have been able to hear is that at the Oklahoma community, it is the Welcome Center. They are sheltering in place at that location. The Rock and Brews, they are also sheltering in place from this tornado that is on the approach. It is going to be moving across I-35. If you have family that is traveling up from Oklahoma, if you are having family that is traveling south, please make sure you tell them to stop. Please do not have them drive into this storm, because they are going to be driving right into a tornado here within the next few minutes, as it's expected to cross I-35 just to the south of the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. This is the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. There you go. This also looks like it's trying to absorb this other storm that is just to the southwest of us. So right now, as this pushes over toward the east, Bremen, Sumter, Dilworth, all within the path. Immediately in the path is Bremen. Bremen, take cover. We're only talking about a few more minutes away before this is going to be moving through. Sumter at about 7:23, Dilworth at 7:30, and Peckham at 7:36. This is a large tornado. This is a nasty situation. This is a dangerous situation. If you have a basement, you need to get there immediately. Anywhere in northwestern K County over toward Bremen, any places that I mentioned just off to the east, it does seem like this storm is now starting to slow down a little bit. A lot of the paths of these have been going from 30 to upwards of 45 miles per hour, but now this is going eastward at about 20 miles per hour. So it's the lone storm right now. It's the one that's sucking up on all the energy, it's sucking up on all the moisture, and it's also the one out ahead of the dry line that has decided to go ahead and produce a tornado. And we do have our crews that have been out. We have KSN, who is watching a lot of the storms on the north side of this, and we also have our own storm tracker, Jacob Honeycutt, who is most recently in the Honeywell area trying to get south of this storm and trying to get into the right position of this. So those of you that live in the Bremen area, please seek cover now immediately.
Yeah, we're right now looking at this radar signature. This is a couple of minutes old now, so this is probably going to be a little bit closer now to Bremen than this radar scan shows. So,
and they have now shut down northbound and also southbound. Southbound I-35 has now been shut down at the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. So they're going to stop people over toward Honeywell. You're not going to be able to get across the state line into northern Oklahoma. You have local and county agencies that are working to get the northbound section of I-35 shut down just to the south of the Bremen area, because we do have an incredible tornado situation that is ongoing right now just to the west of the Bremen area. It is going to bring it into the Bremen area here within the next few minutes. Jack?
Yep, right now it's going to be about a mile south of Bremen and just 3 miles west. So this is going to be, it's go time. I'm sure in Bremen you can probably see this thing coming. So it's time to get into your safe places right now. Get underground if you possibly can, but also if you don't have access to an underground shelter, you need to be in that center room of the house, lowest level possible. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get out of the mobile home. That is not going to keep you safe from a tornado like this.
Okay, so I wonder if what's going to happen here with this storm is that you're going to get this other piece of energy, this other storm that's to the southwest that's going to absorb it. And is it going to take a little bit of a breather? It's going to get its act together, and then it's going to continue to become tornadic.
Yeah, what I think we're seeing happen right now is that cell that's coming up on the backside, it's giving the storm a nudge, like the wind's flowing out from that rearward cell. Let me pull reflectivity back up. This rear storm right here is going to be producing a little bit of a wind pushing out of it, ahead of it, and that's going to be feeding into the tornado and actually giving it a nudge. And that's probably why we have such a big, powerful tornado moving into Bremen right now. The hope I would have is that maybe that back cell will continue to grow and strengthen, and eventually it will cancel out that rotation and disrupt what's happening. But that's not going to happen before this gets to I-35. That's not going to happen before this gets to Bremen. US 177. I know a lot. US 177 is not as busy of a road as Interstate 35, but there could easily be folks traveling north out of Blackwell, south out of South Haven or Wellington, and if there's not a roadblock up on 177 like there is on 135, you could wind up driving right into this thing. So this is about as dangerous of a situation as you can get. You can even see we've got there's a donut hole on reflectivity right there, Lisa.
Yeah, so we do have the report of a tornado 4 miles west-southwest of Bremen in Kay County, Oklahoma, and Maney is circling it right here. So this is where we do have the tornado. How many more miles before we get to I-35 here?
We're under 3 miles. We're probably more like 2 miles west.
2 miles. So hopefully this will pass just to the south of the Bremen area and does not have a direct impact. But everything that we've been seeing with this is it's trying to make a little bit more of a nudge to the north-northeast. And that's why we've also been giving the heads up over toward Ark City right here behind my head. And yeah, that's coming right into Bremen right there, Maney.
Yep, it's not liking any bit of that northward motion that this thing's trying to make. And also, that's another thing. It looks like it may be trying to weaken just a little bit, at least on this latest scan. And when tornadoes like this weaken, they can often make jogs to the north. That is going to be potentially putting Bremen right in the path of this thing. And yeah, Bremen, Rock and Bruce Casino, those are the two locations right now that are just right under the gun, right there, Bender Road going east-west through Bremen. And also, yeah, we're also seeing some reports now coming in of different storms off to the north. These are going to be producing, looks like, some gustnadoes and land spouts.
We're going to have a new tornado warning that's coming out for Harvey and Sedgwick counties for the land spout tornado threat. So if your telephones are going to be alerting you here momentarily from Harvey County, Sedgwick County, that is going to be the reason why.
Let's zoom out and show the folks at home.
So here's a little bit of what's been going on. So across the state line in the Kay County, Oklahoma, we have the confirmed tornado that is approaching the Bremer area. That's a supercell. But these thunderstorms that have been lined up, out ahead of them, we've had a lot of land spouts. And a land spout is another breed of tornado that can do damage, usually on the weaker end, on the lower end of the enhanced Fujita scale, an EF0 and EF1, maybe an EF2. But most of them are only going to be around for a brief period of time. But they are a type of tornado. And I know that the 911 center in Newton has been flooded with a lot of phone calls because of people seeing this. So definitely make sure that you're using your tornado safety precautions here and make sure that you are getting inside, getting away from windows, because if one of these land spouts develops near your house, it can do some damage. So we are waiting for that next tornado warning to come out. We hear that there is going to be one coming for Harvey and also Sedgwick counties for the potential land spout threat. We also could get some pretty large hail out of the storm over towards Sumner County too. So there will be some embedded hail within this line. There's going to be some torrential rainfall, but I'm seeing a lot of the larger hailstones on the line that's passing through Harvey over toward Marion counties starting to drop. But this is the storm right now that has had a confirmed tornado, and it is heading right for Bremen.
Yeah, this is as classic of a signature as you're ever going to see on radar. Extremely strong rotation just to the southwest of Bremen. Let's put this on shear rate. So yeah, we're starting to get some of the yellows to show up, the golden color on our shear rate product. That's once we're starting to get into those really, really strong areas of wind shear, of that turning of the winds just to the southwest of Bremen. So it's time, Bremen. It's knocking on the doorstep right now. You've got a couple of minutes maybe. 7:18 right now. If it's not in town by 7:25, then it's going to be a miracle, because this thing is it's still just a massively strong signature that we're seeing just to the southwest of Bremen. It's going to be crossing over the interstate here just any second now. Here we're on the Wichita radar. Let's switch it over to Vance.
We also have video footage from Jacob Honeycutt, who has been south of the Honeywell area, and he has been watching this storm and trying to get on the other side of it. And also you can see other people that have been pulled over to the side because they're waiting for this storm to move on through. And Jacob is turning the camera around on his vehicle so that way we could get a pretty good idea of some of the locations. Now he's looking back towards the opposite direction of this, but as you can see, he is moving away from the Honeywell area, trying to head south. And I know that they do have southbound I-35 that is shut down over toward the Honeywell area. They're not letting people go down in Oklahoma just yet until this tornadic threat does push farther to the east. But right now they're also been working on trying to get northbound I-35 shut down as well. Tornado heading towards Bremen. It will approach the town here in just a few more minutes. Tornado report, latest one about 4 miles to the southwest of Bremen in K County, Oklahoma. Manny.
Yeah, this has now been upgraded to a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for this storm. That's just the kind of thing that makes your heart sink right now. And folks in Bremen, we'll get through this over the next 10 minutes, because this also not a good sign. Actually, the tornado has been slowing down a bit, and so that's going to prolong the situation by a little while, because it still has not yet reached the interstate. It's just hovering about a mile west of the interstate, and that's allowing it a little more time to pull a little bit farther to the north. So that's not good news. We're 1 mile west of Bremen, 1 mile south of Bremen, and we're moving just about due east or slightly east-northeast. So this is it's here. It's time. Get into your shelters right now. In K County, if you're out driving, if you're heading down into Oklahoma, then I would advise not heading past the state line until the storm is fully cleared. The road's going to be shut down by emergency management. So this is going to be a very dangerous situation over K County right now.
Okay,
Lisa.
let's go through some of the other storms, too, that we've had tornado warnings on. And about 3 miles to the west of Wellington, Sumner County, we had a report of quarter-size hail. But over toward the Whitewater area, Harvey County, about 2 miles southwest of Whitewater in Harvey County, we had another report of a landspout. And we keep getting all of these different updates here. Also, a deputy confirms rotation over Cottonwood Falls, and they are starting to sound the sirens in Cottonwood Falls. And another report of some hail coming in from Butler County and Elbing. Multiple reports from spotters confirming another landspout, likely somewhere west of Potwin. So basically any place along, and that's why they have this new tornado warning that just came out for Butler, Chase, Greenwood, Harvey, Marion, and Sedgwick counties. Manny, if we could zoom that down a little bit here. Yeah. That's because in northern Sedgwick County, we have had multiple 911 callers that have been reporting landspouts across northern Sedgwick County. So that's the reason why they have decided to put this as a purple polygon, because it is confirmed. Any place along these thunderstorms, they're mixing with that boundary, and they're creating the spin right there on that boundary.
Yep, and while this isn't going to be the classic supercell tornadoes like we're seeing farther to the south near Bremen right now, these are going to be these quick little spin-ups, quick little weak tornadoes, little gustnadoes. They could be strong enough to enhance the straight line wind effect, so we could be talking winds of 60 to 70, maybe 80 miles per hour in some of these. So that's going to be something to be watching out. You might see those little dust whirls, little small funnels coming up, and yeah, I can hear the sirens sounding here in downtown Wichita here right now. So downtown Wichita, not technically included in that polygon. The line is continuing to unzip a little bit farther to the southwest. We've got storms going up near Sedgwick, just to the north of Park City, and you see the line, the boundary that we are expecting these storms to form along. That extends southwest through Colwich to Goddard and Cheney. We'll see how far these storms manage to unzip, but these could wind up building back into the Wichita metro here pretty shortly. as this line continues to progress slowly off to the south and southeast. Now that I do want to go back over to the storm heading to Bremen, because that's going to be getting even closer now.
Okay.
It's getting even closer to time in K County.
Okay, so I'm also moving our downtown Wichita Skyview camera around, getting that into position here to see if we can see any of these land spouts that will be on the leading edge of this. And I'm not seeing anything close to the downtown Wichita area, but we can hear the tornado sirens from downtown Wichita here at the KSN studios.
And you can see that trailing line of storms starting to build across the northern sides of town. Update on K County for you. Looks like the rotation signature is directly on top of Interstate 35 right now. It's right on top of Bremen. This tornado is likely, it could easily be doing damage right now in K County. There is a bit of a drop in our correlation coefficient looking at the debris signature. It's going to be this lighter shade of yellow spots right here just south of Bender Road. That's on top of Interstate 135, just 35, Interstate 35. It's likely, I know that area pretty well. I know that there's not a lot.
You chase that way all the time.
Yeah, and
That's
also
why.
heading back down to Oklahoma to see my family. But there's a lot of trees down that way through some of the creeks and river valleys, so that's probably picking up some of the leaves and limbs maybe getting lofted by this tornado. But if we see this darken, if we see this go from the yellow to the green to the blue, that will be more, that'll be an indication that it's hit buildings, that it's lofting things that are bigger and heavier and more irregularly shaped.
Right.
So that's we'll be watching that as that next scan comes in. But switching it back over to velocity.
And we do have a confirmed picture here from a storm chaser that the tornado is still on the ground near the Bremen area. And it looks like it also has some multiple vortices.
Oh, that's a satellite. Yeah, there's a satellite tornado on
Yeah.
that.
And then we also have reports of some landspouts over toward the Park City area. We have the tornado sirens that are sounding here in Sedgwick County. Possible landspout just north of Mays right now.
Okay, yeah, we're seeing those little whirls coming up underneath. Now, rest assured, those are not going to be the full-strength supercell tornadoes that we're seeing farther to the south right now over Bremen. But yeah, in Wichita, you could see some little dust whirls, some little small funnels on the underside of these storms as they develop and move into town. And eventually, we could be dealing more with severe thunderstorms with the damaging straight-line winds coming into town as that line continues to unzip. Lisa, just look at that signature over Bremen.
What they're going to do right now, you're looking at this with the Vance Air Force Base. They are going to turn this into Sales 3, so that way we'll be able to get more updated visuals from Doppler radar on this. They're going to be turning on Sales 3 for Vance as the storm continues to move farther away from the radar. Here in Wichita, as we're looking, let's go ahead and we'll keep on this, but also we want to make sure that we're touching base,
we've got a
with
lot.
some of the other stuff. We've got a lot going on in different places. So
patting our head and rubbing our stomach here in the Weather Center. Let's take it back up to the north. This is going to be, you see how big and wide-reaching that polygon is? That's just because we have a lot of little areas of spin that could easily be quickly turned into a tornado. I'll switch us over to the Wichita radar here.
And we also have another tornado warning that was just issued for Lyon County.
Yes, and that's going to be near Opie to the south of Emporia. That's going to be east of the Turnpike for that. Let's see if we got Topeka updating. I know, yeah, it looks like Topeka's radar might be down right now because we haven't gotten an update on that since 6:56.
They also had a severe thunderstorm that moved through that area, so I don't know if maybe they have a power outage that could be related to that because the Doppler radar is actually in Alma, and Alma was under a tornado warning earlier. One thing I want to turn on, I want to take a look. See this, all these little circles here?
Oh, yeah.
Those are all potential places that you could get a landspout, and that's why we have such a large tornado warning that is in effect. Manny, if you could lift this up just a little bit. Let's go ahead and take a look here because we have the tornado sirens that have sounded in downtown Wichita. The tornado warning also includes Park City to Colwich, up towards Sedgwick, along with Furley, Benton, toward El Dorado Lake. If you know of anybody that is at El Dorado Lake, please make sure that they are someplace secure, because this line is going to be passing on through. But also where we get some of those circulations on the leading edge of this, where you get one of the land spouts, that's a different breed of tornado. It can still do damage. It's weaker damage, but hey, you don't want to be in any type of trailer. You don't want to be out on the lake watching this line coming in. Also, this line is going to be crossing the turnpike over toward Emporia, over toward Olpe. We have this tornado warning. It is red as opposed to the purple. The folks from the National Weather Service office decided to go with the purple just because of how many places from Newton over towards Sedgwick County that have been getting inundated with 911 calls because of these land spouts. And land spouts, you get the land spout tornado, you can get a QLCS tornado, and then you get your typical supercell tornado. The typical supercell tornado is happening in the Bramer area right now, but these are going to be the land spouts that we're going to continue to monitor.
Yeah, right now we're seeing also seeing some hail likely on top of the turnpike. That'll be northeast of Matfield Green. That'll be the Bazaar Cattle Pens exit. It's probably going to be getting inundated with some hail and extremely heavy rainfall. So yeah, heading southwest out of Emporia, northeast out of El Dorado. Not a good idea right now. It's going to be hazardous travel, and also you could wind up running into one of these little small spin-ups along this line. And yeah, as this continues to unzip, we're going to be watching that area from Sedgwick through Coleman down to Colwich, St. Mark's, Goddard to Suppsville to Norwich. This is where we have that boundary. So there's new thunderstorms that aren't really showing up on radar here, but we're seeing them from the downtown Wichita Skyview camera as this line continues to unzip. So we could see these storms continue to develop farther south and west. And I do think that we could deal with some damaging wind gusts, maybe also some of those land spout tornadoes here in Wichita just at any time, really. And we're even seeing, yeah, we saw one report of a funnel that was near Mays. That's pretty far south and west of where we're actually seeing these storms popping up on reflectivity. So yeah, so you might wind up seeing a funnel in Sedgwick County, especially northern sides of town, Sedgwick down to Valley Center towards Colwich, St. Mark's, Andale might be a little bit east of Andale by now.
Okay, let's go ahead and go back to the storm here. We're going to continue to keep you updated on the tornado warning from northern Sedgwick County all the way over toward Lyon County. Greenwood is included for the land spout potential, but also I want to go back to the storm that has produced a tornado over toward the Bremen area. From the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, they're going to start to reopen southbound traffic on I-35 from the state line. It's going to be slow rolling because they need to make sure that the road is passable before any traffic can flow freely through this. They're going to continue the tornado warning on this storm for K County at this time. And the track of this, let me get an updated track here. Moving to the east, still about 20 miles per hour, so it's slowed down compared to other speeds that we've seen here so far for this evening. But this storm is still capable of producing that tornado that is located near the Bremen area.
Yeah, and at least one thing that's helping me breathe a small sigh of relief here is that I'm not seeing a really big drop in our correlation coefficient in our debris tracker that we're able to actually see what kind of particles are in this storm. Whenever it's all the reds and the hotter colors on here, that means that everything's pretty uniform. It's a lot of droplets, maybe some hail in there, but when you get it to drop into that green, into the blue, that means that we're seeing a lot of things that are irregularly shaped, things that are not alike, things that are different from each other. So that tells us where we can see foreign objects being lofted into the sky by a tornado. And we are seeing still a little bit of a drop there on the eastern side of Bremen. I'll circle that for you. But that's not an especially strong signature, so that is helping me believe that we might have had a close shave, but maybe not a direct hit directly on top of Bremen. We're going to have to wait until we get confirmation to actually know exactly what happened on the ground in K County. But at least right now, I'm not seeing that worst case scenario signature showing up, at least on radar in these last few scans. But still, that is a powerful storm. That is still it could
with
easily,
the hail that's going to come in on the back side of that too. So even though they are opening up 135, you don't want to be there with that hail that's coming in. If you could switch that over to the hail, the Barron button, let's go ahead and take a look at where that hail is. So hail on top of Bremen, but there's also going to be quite a bit of hail too that's coming in from the west. There you go.
Yeah, it looks like the hail is going to be most likely just to the north of Bremen, and the hail sizes do look like they have come down a little bit, so that's also some good news for folks in K County. Also coming up over the state line into far southern Sumner County, and eventually that'll be heading into Ark City. So looks like the area of rotation with this supercell is probably going to be hugging just south of the state line, but that could put that biggest hail core right into Ark City in about 30 minutes time. So y'all need to maybe be getting the cars pulled in the garage and getting that ready if you want to make any quick last-minute preparations. You got a little time left in Ark City, but yeah, that's a powerful, powerful thunderstorm that's produced a large tornado, confirmed tornado in northwestern K County, just to the west of Bremen. Looks like, yeah, the new tornado warning, we have dropped the confirmed tag. Bremen, we got contact with the Bremen Fire Department via NWS chat. The Bremen has no power at this time. The sirens could not sound, but looks like there was, haven't seen any reports of damage other than the power being out in Bremen at this time.
Okay, so we're also monitoring other tornadic development farther to the north in the form of landspouts, and we've had some reports of the landspout in the Valley Center area. Norma just sending us a picture. If you do have any pictures, if you can take a photo, if you have been taking any of them and you can get it to us safely, we would greatly appreciate that. You can send it to us at Connect 3. And any place that you can see on this screen here that's highlighted in purple, this just looks like a steady line of thunderstorms, but on the leading edge of this, you could get some of these landspouts. And we saw one photo that came in from Norman in the Valley Center area. We've heard of other reports near the Park City area, near Burns. We have not heard of any damage associated with any of these landspouts. And also the tornadic supercell that's been passing through the Bremen area, we have not heard of any reports of damage, but I know we're constantly getting information in from Oklahoma Highway Patrol. We're getting that in from emergency managers, other folks that also work from Norman, Oklahoma at the National Weather Service office. We also have the fine folks here in Wichita that are issuing these warnings on the line of thunderstorms that are coming in from the west. So we have a cold front that's on the approach. Once our winds flip around from the north, we're going to be finished with our severe weather threat. But we have a tornado watch that's still in effect until 9 p.m. This includes Wichita. Sure, they're going to let counties away farther to the north, but you have to wait for this main line to go on through first. There will be some areas of embedded hail. I could see some near the Whitewater area. I could see some to the east of Elbing and also to the west of Burns. Manny has now put this on here so you can see these little pink areas. That's going to be some hail. Wouldn't be shocked if we get some quarter-size hail out of this. But overall, the hail threat has continued to come down. Earlier this evening, we had baseball-size hail that was reported in Marion County, and over toward Perth in Sumner County, we had a report of hail that was more than 3 inches in diameter. We also have a tornado warning that is still in progress over toward the Olpe area, and it sounds like Sedgwick County is now issuing the tornado sirens again.
Yes,
we heard them back off, but now they're reissuing that again, so we can hear them from downtown Wichita. So let's go ahead and go back to the storm now in K County, Oklahoma, because it looks like we could be seeing some strengthening again southeast now of the Bremen area. And you see this circle here. This is telling us that we do have some rotation that is possible here. And a trooper says that the tornado did cross the interstate just north of Bender Road. Trooper has not said if there is any damage. This is going to be in Oklahoma along I-35 near the Bremen area as the tornado passed the interstate, and now we're still seeing signs of some rotation near the Sumter area over toward Dilworth. So Bremen, continue to use your tornado safety precautions. Sumter over toward Dilworth, I need you folks to also be in your tornado safe place. Just got a report of 4-inch hail. This was from earlier this evening, about 6 miles to the southwest of Marion, up to 4 inches in diameter.
That's softballs.
That's softball size hail. That's huge, huge hail that we had in Marion County. Goes to show you the power of the atmosphere that we have right now. So I think this storm here across the state line in northern Oklahoma, in K County, Oklahoma, that has prompted the confirmed tornado warning is still trying to get its act together. And we still have quite a bit of hail that is still off to the west that is going to be pulling eastward with this storm. But you see the bright greens. You also see the bright reds right here. This is where we are going to have that rotation from Dilworth back now to the east the Sumter area. Another possible landspout about 4 miles to the west of the Park City area. Been hearing of a lot of these landspouts from Valley Center over toward Park City and the Mays area in northern Sedgwick County. These are going to be a different breed of tornado. This is a supercell. What we're having happen over towards Sedgwick County is going to be any type of landspouts or a quick spin up type of tornado that's going to be on the weaker end. Maybe still capable of doing damage from about an EF0 up to an EF1. But right now, anywhere from Sumter over toward Dilworth, please continue to use your tornado safety precautions. Getting some other information in from the Emergency Management Office here in Sedgwick County. New tornado warning and activities, we'll have to pick that up. But this circulation that is going to be just to the south and to the southeast of the Bremen area, it is also still expected to continue farther to the east. So we may have a new tornado warning extension that may be added to this. I still want to use caution here over toward Ark City in case this continues to move a little bit farther to the north, Maney.
Yeah, I want to switch us over to our Skyview camera in downtown Wichita. Maybe we could try and see if we can see anything that might be happening near Park City, because that's going to be right on top of town. So let's switch this back over towards the downtown Wichita Skyview camera. Let me find that frame on here.
Ashley, is it, Brenda, is it possible for you to bring up our downtown Wichita Skyview camera? Thank you.
Found it there.
There we go. So what you're looking at right now, we're looking more to the east, northeast, and this is going to be the line of storms. Are you taking this full from back there that we can continue to use our analysis product here? Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back here and discuss the tornado warning that we have in effect for Sedgwick County, including Park City, Valley Center, Mays, Benton, Towanda, El Dorado, including Whitewater and Potwin. We have the tornado sirens that are sounding here in Sedgwick County. This also includes the far southeastern parts of Harvey County, northern Butler County, the central parts of Butler County. That's because this leading edge, any place along this edge, you could get what is a landspout type of tornado. And they will do some damage. They can be really hard in order for us to find on radar. But if I switch things over here, I'm going to show you some circles here, and I think this may do a better job here. Not picking up in any when we are looking at our low-level rotation product here, but I would still use caution for any place that's along this line.
Yeah, and it could also be a little bit farther west of where you see the reds showing up on reflectivity. We've actually seen several of these back towards Mays, Valley Center. That's where the storms are developing and unzipping along that line, but they haven't fully started producing precipitation yet. So we're going to just be watching underneath this cloud base. Can we go back over to the downtown Wichita Skyview camera, please? Because we're looking up at the underside of this cloud base here, and it would be right up in basically the center of your screen, where you might see a quick little spin up come out of this. There might just be a little quick whirl of dust on the ground with tornadoes like this. There might be a brief little thin needle like funnel, but this is not going to be like a classic tornado coming out of a wall cloud that then produces damage. This is going to be just the cloud base. There's probably not going to be a lowering with it, because this is a land spout. It's not associated with a rotating updraft so much as it is just a little area of spin that gets pulled in by any old thunderstorm updraft. So it can just be a quick little whirl that forms underneath, and usually these are not very strong. It's kind of more like a dust devil more so than it is a
dust devil on steroids, as I always call it.
Yeah, dust devil on steroids. But they can locally enhance those stronger winds. So we're looking back towards the west and southwest. You can see that line of thunderstorms extending back to the southwest. That's the cold front rolling into town. That's the dry line. So that's going to be this is the back end of the severe weather threat. Everywhere you see where the sun's shining back behind it, the severe weather threat's ending for locations farther to the west. But yeah, right now.
This is really cool what you're doing, Maney, because you're zooming things around, and as people have heard the tornado sirens going off in Sedgwick County, and remember, tornado sirens are indicated for you to hear them outdoors. They're not indoor warning devices. That's why you want to always make sure that you have multiple layers of protection. And go ahead and do the zoom around again,
yeah,
like you were doing.
Take it on back up to the northeast, because we're getting really close into our downtown Wichita sky view right now. So,
and if we have any land spout that does develop, this is going to be a good indication for us to see it, because you have the setting sun in the west. This is going to be pretty good optics for us to see it from this location here. And I have not seen anything recently from the National Weather Service chat, but we have had reports of people reporting the land spouts and seeing them in Park City, in Valley Center, and also the Mays area.
Yeah, and again, because these are little land spout tornadoes. These are not your classic supercell thunderstorm tornadoes. They're not going to be on the ground for very long. They might only last a minute or two, and they're not going to produce a very strong signature on radar because they're not especially strong, but they can locally enhance winds. Like with this line of thunderstorms coming through, we could see winds from 60 to 70 miles per hour coming out of these thunderstorms. And then you get that little area of spin, that little gust NATO to come up. That can locally enhance those winds by another 20 or 30 miles per hour. So that could do at least some minor light damage. They could take a couple shingles out, maybe crack a window, that kind of thing, blow down some small tree limbs. That sort of damage is what these are mainly going to be capable of.
All right, let's see. Can we switch over to our Wichita State Skyview camera? Let's see what that one looks like from that vantage point.
Yeah, we got another view.
Because you're going to be right underneath the belly of this. And Brenda, if you could switch that over to Wichita State, there we go. Manny's also going to zoom this around here.
Drive this.
Let's drive it, and let's see if we can see any land spouts with this here.
Yeah, we can see the downtown Wichita there on the left-hand side. So we'll spin this back around bit by bit. Yeah, it's looking like, those pretty high cloud bases right there. So these are going to be, if we do wind up with a land spout, it's going to be pretty tall and skinny, so you might be able to see it from a pretty good distance away. But right now, not seeing any really evident areas of spin. I don't see any little whirls of dust coming up off of the underside of these storms. And looking off to the northeast, those are more mature thunderstorms producing some of that rainfall over the northeastern sides of town, from Park City up towards Furley to Whitewater to Burns. But right now, it's going to be, this is the thing with these land spouts, is it's really tough to see them on radar. They're so small, they're so short-lived, they're not especially strong, so there's not really a big bright signature on radar to see with them. But also they can form just about anywhere within the storm, so it's pretty tough to predict exactly where they're going to be. But they can come down and surprise you, and again, they are capable of producing some light wind, some light damage, but this is not the same type of tornado that we were dealing with further south of in K County earlier.
I'm also seeing another storm that's starting to go up in Park City, because as the front is advancing, you have these storms that have developed here. They've formed into a line, but now you're starting to see a little bit more development back toward Wichita. But here in Park City, I wouldn't be shocked if we continue to see new reports of some land spouts, because any place along this boundary, if you get a thunderstorm here, this is fair game for this to happen. So through 8:15 tonight, we still have almost another 30 minutes on this large tornado warning that's confirmed from north central, northeastern Sedgwick County to southwestern Harvey County, crossing Butler County, on the way over toward Emporia, and it looks like they have replaced from Emporia down toward Olpe the previous tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning. So you're starting to see some weakening over here, but this is still very much alive. This is still very much in play now that the sun is up. We still have the sun around for a few more minutes to continue to do its thing, but also we have some ingredients, Manny, as the sun starts to set, that we could continue to see some of the tornadic development. We have the tornado watch that's still in effect until 9 p.m., but K County, Oklahoma, under a tornado watch until 11 p.m., where we have a tornado warning in progress. Yeah, and also let's go ahead and take another look at what's happening in K County. I do think our storm has strengthened once again. So we'll switch this over to the Vance Air Force Base radar. It's a little bit closer than Wichita is, and still just a classic supercell. It is getting a little bit of interference from the southwest with those new storms coming up. But you look at the radar signature, and it's still just plain as day. That is a
potential tornado just to the south of Dilworth and east of Bremen. That'll be northwest of Peckham. It'll probably stay just north of Peckham, but too close of a shave for comfort. And folks in Bender, that's where it's going to be headed next. And also notice that polygon that the National Weather Service has provided for us. That's taking on just a little bit more of a southward jog, so that'll be including areas closer to Newkirk. Newkirk, you guys are going to need to be watching this thing coming from the west, because it's going to be knocking on the door in about 15 minutes time, and it's produced large tornadoes before. It is still primed to do so over the next couple of hours. We're still going to have the ingredients in place, and as we head towards sunset, we usually see what's called the nocturnal low-level jet will increase. That's a river of air that's about a couple thousand feet up in the air. It tends to strengthen remarkably right as the sun goes down, right as you get into those first few hours of the evening. It's referred to as the magic hour sometimes in the storm chasing community, because right about sunset, you'll see that shear increase pretty dramatically, and that can help to increase tornado threats right around the time the sun goes down. So this is a pretty scary situation still in K County. Right now we don't have a confirmed tornado on the ground, but we are going to be continuing to watch this storm as it moves off towards the east. This is going to be the radar signature. It's fairly broad, a little more broad than it was, but it is going to be showing this is going to be the winds coming towards the radar, which is off to the left of the screen, and then these are the winds coming out of it. So strong rotation still evident on radar. It is a little bit broad, but this can tighten up, lickety-split just within a radar scan or two, and then you can have another large tornado on the ground. That's a powerful, strong mesocyclone that's healthy. It's breathing in, feeding on all of that humidity, all of that moisture, all of that wind shear that we have in the atmosphere. So this is still going to be a dangerous situation heading towards the north sides of Newkirk. And if we do see this storm take a little bit more of a turn towards the right, as they are sometimes prone to do when they strengthen, Newkirk still very much in play. We're going to keep our fingers crossed that this stays a little bit north of town and continues to move over the more rural areas, but we could see a tornado moving through areas near Dilworth, Bender to Middleton, Peckham, Newkirk. This is going to stay just south of the Kansas-Oklahoma state line for the time being. Looks like Ark City, we're going to be a little bit more concerned about large hail moving in.
I was going to talk about that over toward Ark City. Excuse me. So south of Ashton, southwest of Ark City, we could have some hail that could be approaching golf ball size. That's the reason why we have the severe thunderstorm warning that is issued for southeastern Sumner County and also into Cowley County. That includes Ark City, Silverdale over toward Cameron, and it is going to be for that hail core here that extends anywhere from Dilworth past the Kansas-Oklahoma state line, and it will soon be approaching Ark City within the next couple of minutes. So they do have the severe thunderstorm warning on this for Ark City. Anticipate that we are going to be getting some golf ball size hail out of this. With the march to the east to the southeast, the tornado circulation looks like it is going to continue to remain south of the Kansas-Oklahoma state line, but it is going to be moving over toward Peckham and Bender, and then it's going to be on its way over toward Newkirk. So you folks that are in this area, please make sure that you are using your tornado safety precautions and get to your basement if you have a basement. A lot of times in Oklahoma, folks don't have basements. You want to make sure that you want to get away from windows. You want to make sure that you're on the lowest level of your house, and you want to put as many walls between you and the outside storm as possible. Also, so we're going to continue to keep you updated on this. Let's go back up to the activity that we have going on farther to the north. Let's just go ahead and go back over to reflectivity, Maney, and let's go ahead and take a look at what we have going on. So that storm in northeastern Sedgwick County is now strengthening over toward Park City, over toward Bel Air, probably starting to get some small hail out of this at this time. We're going to zoom things over with our downtown Wichita Skyview camera, and we're going to position this a little bit farther to the east. We're going to zoom it over in that direction, and we're still keeping a close eye for the land spout potential. With any new thunderstorm that does pop up, we could get a land spout. This is why they're going to maintain the tornado warning from northern Sedgwick County and southeastern Harvey County, although the main line is now pushing east of Harvey County. This is going to be for Sedgwick County, including Mays, over toward Valley Center, Park City, Bel Air, over toward the Benton area, including Hopkins. This line is going to soon be catching up with the turnpike over toward the El Dorado area. This is going to be some heavy rainfall that will reduce visibility. We hope that maybe folks can pull over to someplace safe, get off on one of the exits in El Dorado, Cassidy, Matfield Green, because that's some pretty heavy rainfall at this time. But the reason that we do have the tornado warning is going to be for some of these landspouts. And we're now starting to get a few other pictures in through the National Weather Service chat. And some of you have also sent us some of these landspouts, like one at 95th Street North and West Street. Harry, thank you so much for sending that in to us. Our crews are going to be catching up with you. That was definitely a pretty good landspout that developed in this part of Sedgwick County as well. Not the type of typical tornado that you would expect. Landspouts we tend to see a lot of times in northwest Kansas once we get into the summer season. And sometimes in northwest Kansas, they will not issue a tornado warning on them until they come closer to a city or a major highway. But we have such a densely populated area here from Sedgwick County to Harvey County and Butler County. This is the reason why we do have the tornado warnings, and they have issued the tornado warning for the confirmed tag for any place that is along this.
Yeah, and we've had several of these confirmed reports of these landspouts within the last hour or so as these storms continue to move off. And a lot of times you really want to look at those brand new fresh updrafts, those fresh little thunderstorms that are forming on the very back end of the line, like the one near Bel Air and Park City. We're looking off to the northeast with our Skyview cameras right now. We're not seeing any evidence of any rotation on the ground right now, but there could easily wind up being a quick little funnel, a quick little spin up somewhere within that line, and it's going to be a very small, probably little spindly funnel. If you do wind up seeing one of these, it might not even have a funnel. It might just be a quick little whirl of dust coming up off the ground, and that's about all it'll be. But these can cause, again, they can cause a little bit of damage. They're not usually as strong as a tornado like the one we've seen down in K County with the classic supercell type storm, but this could wind up locally enhancing some of the winds that these storms are producing. They could cause some tree limb damage, maybe break a window, maybe knock a couple shingles off, damage your gutters or something of that nature. Just minor light damage, like EF0 type damage if it does wind up getting rated.
Yeah, so we did have one that was reported near Burns a little while ago. It was the landspout from what we've been watching on this here too. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other x-rays of this whole entire line as this thunderstorm continues to intensify in northeastern Sedgwick County. That's now to the east of the Park City area, stretching closer to Benton and also into parts of Butler County here. New tornado warning just issued. This is going to be for Lyon County. New tornado warning coming out in northwestern. It's going to extend over toward northwestern Coffee County. That's one storm that we've been monitoring for quite some time. The one that did produce some damage over toward Lake Cahola, over toward Morris County. But now the new tornado warning that is in effect for let's go ahead and take that. Let's go ahead and take our Wichita State Skyview camera and let's see if this is not just an optic of what we're seeing on one of our screens back here, Brenda. Meany pointed this out a little while ago that he saw this, do we?
It might just be a rain shaft.
It might be, just because of the optics of where the sun is now starting to set. But we're certainly getting some ominous images because of this boundary that we're seeing that is floating by overhead. And as it's doing so, it is producing this line of thunderstorms. We've not had any reports recently of any hail. We have not had any reports of damaging winds. But the reason that we are staying on this line is because of the confirmed tornado tag, because of all the landspouts that many of you have been reporting to 911. We had them reported earlier in the Newton area. I know 911 in Newton was overcrowded with a lot of those different reports. We've also had that here in Sedgwick County of reports near Park City, in Valley Center, and also the Mays area. So the cold front, it's continuing to progress. It's moving through right now a little bit faster, but we still need to watch out for the potential here for the landspout threat as the tornado warning stays in effect until at 8:15.
New tornado warning that just came in for Lyon County. That's going to be just south of Emporia, north of Olpe. Yeah, there is some rotation that's evident on radar within this. A little kind of a little bookend vortex kind of signature that we're looking at there on the northeast end of this line. So that, yeah, that could be an area of enhanced spin just to the south of Emporia. That'll be staying south and southeast of Emporia, but I could see some areas of Lyon County maybe sounding the sirens. You might hear sirens going off, but
your phone may ring with one of the WIAs.
It's going to be east of the Turnpike, southeast of Emporia. This is going to be more towards Neosho Rapids and Hartford. I'll draw on. Let's check and see if Topeka's back. Looks like, yeah, we're getting, or says we're getting some data back from Topeka. Yeah, that's a fresh radar scan, but the velocity looks like it's still lagging behind. Yeah, we'll keep rolling with Wichita for this one.
So yeah, even though it's going to be elevated, this is going to be moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. This circulation is going to be about 5 miles to the northeast of the Olpe area, exactly where Manny is drawing on this. Let's go ahead and put a storm track if we can to include Neosho Rapids. We could also include Hartford. If you have any family members that may be living over toward Hall Summit, toward Waverly, and Lebo, this is all included within the tornado warning that will stay in effect here. Let's go ahead and take away from the confirmed tag from Sedgwick County here, and let's move that over toward Lyon County until 8:45. So moving eastward at about 45 miles per hour, tornado warning until 8:45 tonight. Neosho Rapids can expect the center of circulation. Again, it is radar indicated. We have not had any reports of a tornado that has been confirmed, but we've had histories of this whole entire line producing either a landspout type of tornado or another tornado. We've had reports of damage at Lake Cahola, many of the cabins there that have been damaged. We've been reaching out for a damage assessment in that area. And we've also had the other tornado that was confirmed in K County, Oklahoma, as it was approaching the Bremen area. We did have confirmation of that from several storm chasers that were on the ground. So they are going to continue with the tornado warning for Lyon County until 8:45. We also have the other tornado warning as more reports of landspouts are coming in. Looks like we just had a report of a possible landspout east of K96 and 135. So let's go ahead and take this to the north.
See if we can find that east of K96 and 135. That's going to be right over by WSU.
Yep. So take it back north. You're looking southeast. Let's go back north.
Yeah.
So you're going south. Keep it going. Oh, that's a nice shot of that line. That's for sure. So keep it going.
Yeah, Brenda, can we take it back over to Wichita State? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hearing, is that hail coming down?
I believe so.
Hearing something happening outside from here in the studio downtown. Could be some small hail or maybe just some wind blowing around.
No, we're definitely getting some hail. I would definitely say that it is probably about dime-size hail. Dime-size hail reported here in downtown Wichita.
Yeah, we're starting to see that line unzip a little bit more into downtown as that front starts to roll through. So yeah, we're seeing it gradually try to build to the southwest, but folks on the southwest side of town probably going to be feeling a little bit left out as far as the rain, but maybe not so much for the hail. There's going to be some new showers coming up right over top of downtown, and we'll just keep rolling with these Skyview cameras because yeah, we could wind up catching one of these landspouts if we happen to have the camera pointed in the right direction, happen to get lucky as the sun starts heading for the horizon.
And a lot of times these landspouts are not going to be around for too long. They may only be on the ground for maybe just a couple of minutes at best.
But yeah, it's like what we're looking at right now to the southwest from the WSU camera. That's a fresh round of thunderstorms developing. You're looking at the underside of them, and just as the precipitation, the rain and the hail gets started, that's about the time when we might start thinking that the landspout potential is going to be a little bit stronger, because it's when that storm starts to breathe in, it starts to get that updraft to strengthen just a little bit as the air starts rising more rapidly, that's when you might start to see a land spout develop out of one of these lines like this.
And we also have this eerie yellow glow as the sun is starting to set over downtown Wichita as this line is coming through. Meteorologically, yes, it is definitely beautiful.
It's a striking view.
Those of us that are meteorologists just kind of geek out to this kind of a thing. But as we're zooming downtown Wichita's sky view around as well, taking a look, as Manny was talking about, those new thunderstorms that are starting to develop to the south as we're zooming things around, just looking to see if we can see any of these type of land spouts as well. But this is looking back off to the west. We're looking over toward the Delano area. There may be a little bit of a delay from when I'm saying this versus when you're going to see this on the camera, because it does take a little bit of time for us.
About 10 to 15 seconds probably of a delay.
I'm going to go a little bit farther to the north here, take a look over past Riverside, look through downtown Wichita.
Bright, clear skies to the northwest of these. Once this boundary pushes through Wichita, that's going to be it for the severe weather threat in downtown at least.
Yeah, I think our Wichita State Skyview camera is probably going to be one of the best ones. As we try to look a little bit farther to the east, we have our Godzilla Tower, and we have a few other towers as well. But I'm going to reposition this looking south over Century 2 as we go back to Wichita State University Skyview camera, Brenda, and let's go ahead and go through and take a look at what we have on radar. We have that budding thunderstorm that is from downtown Wichita. We did have some dime-size hail here not that long ago. If the folks at the National Weather Service office are listening to our broadcast feed, there was just a few little pieces that were chucked out at us, and that was about it. And now the line continues to advance. But this line, we could have basically one of those landspout type of tornadoes. And it's not one of those tornadoes where you want to go out and you want to watch it. And I know it looks so cool and everything when you're looking at this, but you want to get inside. You want to make sure that you get away from windows, because if a landspout does develop close to where you live, then it can do some damage. Usually it's on the weaker end of this. They are going to let the tornado warning go for Harvey County now that the line has pushed farther to the south. Marion County now lifted from the tornado warning as well, because the line is also pushing south of you. We still have to watch for severe activity across the state line from Newkirk, Oklahoma, all the way back toward Pond Creek, anywhere from K County over toward Grant County.
Pop back over onto radar and check what's happening down in K County.
And this is still riding just to the south of the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. Hail probably coming down right now in the Ark City area. That's why you folks have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for you. You could potentially have hail that could be as large as maybe some golf balls. I think they do have it for golf ball size hail for the warning on that. But this tornado warning that still stays in effect for K County includes from Dilworth over toward Peckham and also over toward the Newkirk area. They're going to continue with a new severe thunderstorm warning for the entire line of storms that are ongoing across northern Oklahoma, and any tornadic circulations could prompt a new tornado warning.
Yes, and we're still seeing some pretty strong rotation. It is fairly broad across K County. It's going to be north, right around Peckham, over towards Bender, and this is taking just a little bit of a jog to the south, so that's going to be keeping Newkirk in play as this rolls off to the east as it approaches Highway 77 coming up out of Newkirk. So for folks who might be traveling down from Ark City down to the south, I know also Ark City, we're going to be talking about some potential hail coming up over the state line. It might stay just a little bit south of Ark City with the largest of that hail. It looks like that's going to be right now over top of Bender and Middleton to Chilocco, just to the south of the state line. But Ark City looks like the worst of that hail might be fortuitously staying just a little bit farther off to the south. Let's check this view from the Wichita radar. It takes it a little bit farther to the north. It's all on perspective. There can be some variance in where a radar signature shows up based on the distance from each radar site, but it's a pretty good approximation of where that is. It's going to be near Bender, Middleton, Chilocco, and just over into the southern reaches of Kansas, the farthest south few miles, right around where you cross over the state line on Highway 77. Likely starting to see some of that hail roll in. Looks like the I believe the warning is for golf balls with this storm right now.
Going all the way from K over toward Grant, but where you have the beefiest of this hail core, absolutely, that is going to be for golf ball size hail, which was issued right about there.
Yeah, so golf ball size hail possibility within that storm, and that's also that's also with the possibility of a tornado that we saw already. We've seen this is the storm that produced the largest, most striking tornado of the day just to the west of Bremen. So it's still rotating pretty strongly. It's still set up for business. It's ready to go. So if you're in front of this thing around Newkirk, tornado safety precautions need to be taken right now. It looks like there's a little bit of a tightening. There's probably going to be, that could be a tornado just on the northwest side of Newkirk right there, Lisa. What do you,
Absolutely
yeah,
right.
that's looking
Definitely
like a little bit of a tightening.
Between Peckham and also Newkirk as
So
well.
I'll go ahead and circle this for you, show you that little area of circulation. That's tightened up just within the last radar scan. So that looks like that could be something, and that's very, very close to Newkirk now. That is going to be that's only 4 miles northwest of Newkirk. So yeah, Newkirk, it's tornado safety precautions time. If you're outside trying to take a look at this thing, if you're sitting by the window seeing if you can see out and see what's coming into town, this is going to be likely wrapped in rain and buried back in that heavy rain and hail. You're not going to be able to see it very well, and then it's suddenly on your doorstep before you have time to actually get into shelter and stay safe. So not worth it, not worth the chance. It's just you got to be getting into those safe places now. It's just right outside of Newkirk, 3 miles or less away. That gives you maybe 5 minutes or less before it's in town. And it's going to be another very close call. We had a really close shave in Bremen just a little while ago. I think we could be seeing, if this signature holds together, this could be yet another close call for Newkirk.
Okay, so we have this tornado warning storm. They've been able to shave off the western part of this. Bender over toward Newkirk, tornado warning stays in progress. And I do think that I would agree with your assessment that we may have a new tornado that is developing here. So that's going to continue to push east-southeastward. Manny, if we could also take a look at the additional severe thunderstorm warnings that we have up to the north. Even though we may not have mentioned your town specifically, do know that we're all thinking about you. Keachai, for example, as this line is coming on through. Let's go ahead and go back over toward the Sedgwick County area. They're going to issue a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for this line because they have not had any reports of any landspouts here within the short term. But if things start to change, then they may start to ramp that back up because the cold front's starting to progress, starting to move through a little bit faster, which may eliminate that possibility of a landspout tornado. So let's go ahead and zoom things in. Let's take a look at what we have going on. Let's zoom in anywhere from about the east side of Wichita. Zoom in a little bit more if you could, Manny.
Get some.
So this line has now pushed to the southeast of Park City. It has now pushed southeast of Keachai. It has also, it's been moving through the Eastboro area. So we're now starting to see this main line to the east side of Wichita, up over toward Benton. This is now starting to approach the Andover area. And they're going to issue a brand new severe thunderstorm warning to account for the whole line of this. There could be some hail. There could be some hail up to the size of quarters. We could also have some winds, maybe between 50 and 60 miles per hour. But I think we still need to watch out for the landspout threat here for maybe just a few more minutes before this is lifted. We've been watching our downtown Wichita Skyview camera, or Wichita State Skyview cameras, but we have not been able to see one here, at least in a few more minutes. But severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning for Butler County will still stay in effect. This is now starting to get closer to the turnpike, and this is going to be from the turnpike anywhere from the east side of Wichita through Andover, getting closer to the Andover area, over toward Benton, over toward Towanda. There's going to be some hail in this, northwest of Towanda, west of Benton, right along the Butler and also the Sedgwick County line. You go over toward Hopkins, you go over to Potwin. Potwin, you're almost done. This is almost to the southeast of you. This is soon getting ready to approach El Dorado Lake. This will be the Turnpike Exchange of El Dorado. is going to be some pretty heavy rains. There's going to be some hail up here over toward Cassidy. Cassidy still remains under a tornado warning for a few more minutes. As we go farther up the road over toward Teeterville, also over toward Burkett, may have some of these land spout tornadoes. We also have the tornado warning that is still in effect. This is going to be pushing outside of the KSN viewing area. I'm going to stop this here and switch over toward the Topeka Doppler radar. And it now looks like it is going to be outside of our viewing area over toward Coffee County. But they're still going to let this ride probably for a few more minutes, let this get a few more miles to the east, and then the tornado warning for Lyon County, eastern Lyon County, will be lifted. Still a pretty strong storm that is now approaching the Olpe area over toward Kenborough. And also Cassidy, that's going to have some hail in it here. That's going to be approaching, that's right on top of the turnpike right now between Matfield Green and Cassidy. We could also get some other areas of embedded hail back toward Towanda and also toward Andover, including the east side of Wichita. I'm going to switch back over to the Wichita National Weather Service office here, and I'm not seeing much more development back here to the southwest, but it's still likely, and that's why we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that will take us up to 9:15 for Sedgwick County, including Clearwater. It includes Hayesville. It includes Derby. It includes the south side of Wichita. It includes downtown Wichita. It includes the east side of Wichita over toward Andover along with Augusta. It includes Rose Hill. It includes Douglas. It includes Leon. And it also includes upwards of El Dorado up toward Greenwood County. Hamilton included. This goes right up toward Eureka along with Reese and also over toward the Virgil area. Maney.
Yes, and we're continuing to watch this line try to fill in back to the southwest. The boundary's now pushing through Wichita, so as skies start to clear the northwest sides of town, we're just about done with our severe weather threat farther to the west. And also, we're still monitoring the cluster of thunderstorms to the south that's produced the tornado that was confirmed west of Bremen a while ago. Now, we could be dealing with another tornado very close to Newkirk. We'll switch over towards velocity products now, trying to show where this area of rotation might be. In K County, it's looking like this is still a fairly broad rotation signature, but there could be a little area of spin that's become a bit more localized just to the west of Newkirk, and I'll put this into motion to see how this has been evolving because it looks like it hasn't moved all that much in the last few scans. It's kind of, again, it's taken on a bit more of that southeastward jog towards Newkirk. So Newkirk, there could be a tornado back within this storm. You look at where this is on radar, and it's back way back in here. Going to be somewhere just to the west of Newkirk, upstream of you, inside of all of that rain and hail. You're not going to see that thing coming. If there is a tornado back in those rain curtains, it's going to be wrapped up and staying just completely invisible. So if you're in Newkirk, it's time to be in your shelters. You're not going to be able to see the tornado, so it's not worth taking the risk to try and stick your neck out and see it. Just be in your shelters, be ready. This storm has had a history of producing large tornadoes before. It's still in an environment where it could easily do it again, just lickety-split like that before you have the time to react. So it's time to be in your shelters right now. Newkirk, it's pretty much right on the doorstep. You got, if it's not in town right now, it's just a couple minutes away. It's time to be in your shelters right now. K County continues with the tornado warning at least until 8:30.
Okay, also what's happening here, 2 miles to the southwest of Vance Air Force Base, which is in Garfield County. They actually have a tornado reported near Vance Air Force Base.
Near Vance Air Force Base. Oh, that's going to be farther southwest.
Yes.
There is another tornado warning farther south. That's going to be near Enid, Oklahoma.
And that one, as it goes further to the east, too, if you have any family members that will be driving down into Oklahoma, tell them to hold on. Also, watch that other storm up near Lamont. Watch that other guy,
that's
too.
That's got a little bit of a hook on it as well, just to the west of Salt Fork. So yeah, there's a line of supercells going through northern Oklahoma right now, and while that might not technically be the KSN viewing area, that's a lot of folks who live here on this side of the state line often head down into Oklahoma. You might be headed to Enid, you might be headed to Oklahoma City, or even farther beyond that. But that's looking like a tornado coming up just on the southwest side of Enid. Yep,
right there.
Oh boy.
This is a multi-vortex tornado, according to what they are reporting here. Multi-vortex tornado on the ground just to the west of Vance Air Force Base
Yes,
right now.
that's looking like a really strong signature. So I'll draw this on here to highlight it for you, even though it's
Brief tornado reported in Newkirk.
yes, that's what we were seeing. It looked like it was a pretty broad radar signature, but it did have a couple of localized areas of a little bit more focused spin. We'll clear this off of here.
Debris ball present for the tornado south of Enid. Also, I want to give you an update on some of the other tornadic development. Yep, right there. Some of the other tornado warnings that we have had, the tornado warning that was previously in effect for Butler, Chase, Greenwood, and Sedgwick counties has now expired. It is now 8:17. That was canceled at 8:15. And according to what Cody from Emergency Management here in Sedgwick County is saying, that they've had law enforcement tracking the paths of all of these landspouts that we have heard about, and they have been unable to find any damages so far, so that is definitely some good news. But if you do have any damage that's been associated with one of these landspouts, please reach out, because I know the National Weather Service, Emergency Management would like to hear from you. We've been getting a lot of shots of these, the line of thunderstorms as they've been moving through the Derby area. Also, we've had some hail that's been passing through Andover at the Kansas Turnpike Authority. They've reported quarter-size hail in that location. We've also had in the Benton area half-dollar size hail. No reports of any damage have been coming into Sedgwick County 911. That is certainly some good news. We're continuing to monitor the storms across the state line in northern Oklahoma. We have viewers that watch us in K County, Oklahoma, but also we've been monitoring those storms rather closely just in case they've decided to push a little bit farther to the northeast and they come across the state line, as we've had multiple reports of tornadoes in the Oklahoma area, northern Oklahoma so far. We've also had a report of quarter-size hail about 2 miles to the southwest of Madison at about 8:15 this evening. Andover coming in with the quarter-size hail report here moments ago from the Kansas Turnpike Authority. They have also canceled the tornado warning for Lyon County. That is some good news, as that storm has now started to weaken. But the rotation, there's still a lot of places where things are rotating, a lot of things that are spinning across the state line in northern Oklahoma that is going to specifically be going into K County, Oklahoma.
Yeah, and right now it looks like our whole line that's up and down the turnpike, we are still severe along that line. There could still be some hail and strong winds, and also, yeah, that landspout tornado threat. While we did drop the tornado warning, it's not gone. We could see another one of those pop up at any point. But right now, for the time being, we are out from under any tornado warnings from Wichita and off towards the northeast. You have to get up to northeastern Kansas, closer to Topeka and Baldwin City, before you see those tornado warnings resume. But right now, we've just gotten a new tornado warning for just about the rest of the eastern sections of K County, from Newkirk off to the east. We've seen that radar signature come through Newkirk. It looks like, yeah, it's going to be just about right over top of Newkirk right now. The area of suspicion, that's not a confirmed tornado, but there is the potential for a spin up within this, as this has turned into a pretty large, and I would call this a high precipitation supercell now, Lisa. I believe that's producing, this is going to be the kind of storm that doesn't let you see up underneath it. It's not going to, it's basically like it's closed the curtains now, and it's whatever's happening backstage, you're not going to be able to actually see if anything actually does come down.
Okay, let's go ahead and go back to the north. We are not going to leave the fine folks in K County, Oklahoma behind, but we also want to pop back to some new developments that's coming in from Butler County. And fire departments, according to National Weather Service chat, spotters are reported seeing a lot of unorganized rotation in the clouds a couple miles to the north of Augusta.
A couple miles north of Augusta, so that'd be this west end of the line. This
Yep.
these kind of fresher faced thunderstorms here on the back end of things. So from Greenwich Heights and Andover over towards Towanda, just now pulling clear of Benton now. It'll be north of Augusta, just coming into El Dorado now. These, again, yeah, this is remember, we just had the large tornado warning, or large polygon, should I say, not large tornado.
For a confirmed tornado, because of all of the
just
landspout potential along the leading line.
The entire line got warned for tornadoes because it was producing just frequent little spin-ups, little gust-nados, little dust whirls underneath that could produce some minor damage in some places. Those landspout tornadoes that we call them, we sometimes refer to them as dust devils on steroids. That's basically what this line is right now capable of producing. But But also, in addition to that, hail. We had some small hail, some small dimes. There's been a few reports of pennies, maybe up to quarters. Looks like, yeah, there was a report of quarter-size hail in Andover just now.
It was right at the Kansas Turnpike Authority. This time of night, you may have family members that are coming back from Topeka. You may have them that are trying to go from Wichita to Emporia. Stop them. Tell them do not drive through this line, because this is going to be some incredibly heavy rain from the southeast side of Wichita just to the north of the Derby area. This is the turnpike all the way through Andover. This is where we got some of that quarter-size hail. So I'd say that quarter-size hail is going to be hugging right along the Butler and also the Sedgwick County line. But as you go up the turnpike, you go over toward El Dorado, this is going to be some incredibly heavy rain, but there's also going to be some hail that's going to be back in here from Hopkins over toward Towanda. And when you talk about a severe thunderstorm warning, not only do you have the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds, you could transport some of those stronger winds to the surface, but you can also get some of that hail up to the size of quarters. So Manny, let's go ahead and move this down back to the south-southwest, and let's go ahead and follow this line. So when you look at some of the communities here, you have the south side of Wichita, Park City, Keachai. This is right up toward Bel Air. And yes, I know that Bel Air is not spelled correctly here. Many of you have been reaching out to us. We will make sure that we get in with our radar source and we update that here. But as that line starts to move farther to the east, the cold front is progressing. And once you get the winds that are starting to flip around out of the north, you're done. Your chances for severe weather are finally finished. So from Clearwater over toward Hayesville, we have Derby, Rose Hill, we have Augusta, we have Douglas over toward Leon. These are all within the polygons for the severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 tonight. Going to watch to see if we could get other thunderstorms that may fill in right along this boundary back down to the south, because this is still largely untapped environment for these thunderstorms to keep going. And there's even new ingredients that are being introduced now as we're getting into the early overnight that could fuel these thunderstorms and also keep the tornadic potential going. We have the tornado watch that is still in effect until 9 p.m., but K County, Oklahoma stays under the tornado watch until 11 p.m. And all the model guidance was showing that these thunderstorms, they were going to gang up together, they were going to form into a line just like they have, and continue to produce severe weather. But then on the leading edge of this, you are going to get some tornadic supercells, and that's what we have ongoing across the Oklahoma area as well. Tornado threat is not zero yet, but as you start to see more of these thunderstorms clustered together and you start to have more of a push when it comes to this cold front, this is when you're going to start to see less and less of the landspouts that we have seen so far this evening. We've had the reports of landspouts, a lot of reports over toward the Valley Center area, over toward Mays. We've also had them over toward Park City and also across the county line over toward northern Butler County, but we have not heard of any reports of damage. We've had reports of damage from hail over toward the Marion area, a lot of windows, windows in cars that have been busted out because of that, but we've also had some other reports of damage up in Morris County due to a potential tornado in that part of our viewing area.
They just went for a tornado emergency in Enid, Oklahoma.
Tornado emergency, okay. That is going to be, let's see, they have the polygon going to the northeast on that one. What's the track on that guy?
So that's going to be, I think it was moving about 30 or
they have
20
it going
miles
east
per
at
hour.
20.
So
east
not
at
very
20.
not very fast. Let's switch over to the Vance radar.
Yeah, tornado emergency for southeast Enid. If you have any family members in Enid, please give them a call. Make sure anywhere from about Shea over toward Fairmont and even Breckenridge, give them a call and make sure that they are using their tornado safety precautions, because tornado emergencies are not handed out lightly. And that's why we have a different polygon that's been highlighted here. You have the yellow, that's going to be the severe thunderstorm warning. You have the purple polygon, which is the confirmed tornado, but then you have that pinkish area, that is going to be the tornado warning. That is the emergency tornado warning. This has been reported as a multi-vortex tornado.
I don't know if we can get any of the city streets from Enid, but this is going to be, just on the northeast. This is going to be pretty much right on top of Highway 81, just to the east of Vance Air Force Base. If you happen to know that area, if you drive down through Enid, then it's going to be just on the east side of town. That'll be coming up through, areas of southeast Enid, coming up onto the east side of town, heading towards I'm a little bit rusty on my geography down in Enid, but I know that there's a large manufacturing plant on the east side of Enid. This is going to be heading over in that general direction, and then eventually towards Fairmont, Shea, Etna, and then staying probably just a little bit south of Breckenridge. But it's that is a mean tornado right there.
Okay, so we still have the tornadic potential farther to the south and to the east of the dry line. Farther north across the state line into Kansas. We'll continue to keep you guys updated on what's happening here in the Enid area if you have any family members.
Debris now lofted to 18,000 feet.
Okay.
So that's a high-end tornado right there.
Etna, Fairmont, Shea, Breckenridge, any family members that live here, Enid, please make sure that they are using their tornado safety precautions. All right, Manny, let's go back over toward the Kansas side because we have some incredible images from our Skyview cameras and the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect from Sedgwick County over toward Butler County, Greenwood County. Tornado warnings continue to the east of our viewing area over toward the Kansas City Metro. And Kansas City Metro, of course, getting hit hard with a lot of tornadic development here.
You want to just take the wide view?
Let's go ahead and take the wide view here, and let's just go ahead and give you all an update here before we do return you guys to regular programming, because we're going to continue to watch the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect from Sedgwick County to Butler over toward Greenwood, Lyon County. Cold front continuing to progress, but this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and also quarter-size hail. But we do have the tornado warning that's been down here to the south of us. Also a tornado warning that is to the north of the Ottawa area. That's going to be pushing over toward Baldwin City. That's going to be from the Topeka viewing area, our sister station KSNT, but also I know our other sister station WDAF out of Kansas City is also going to be monitoring this because it is going to be getting closer to their viewing area here over toward Miami County, maybe staying just to the south of Johnson County on the Kansas side. But these thunderstorms that are moving through the turnpike right now, starting to push east of the turnpike, producing some heavy amounts of rainfall, could have some embedded areas of hail, but right now it does look like the potential for the land spouts is now starting to turn down. So that is definitely some good news. We're going to continue to monitor this situation for the rest of this evening. We still have a tornado watch that's in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. If you have any photos, if you can send us some photos safely, please do so. We'll continue to keep you updated right here on KSN through the evening.
Yeah, because we went continuous right out of the final block of the 6 o'clock. All right.
Thank you. We're going to do the same. Thank you guys for your help.
Yep.
Good work, Maney.
Thank you very much.
Good work, Maney.
Appreciate it.
Whew. Great job, guys. Sorry I was no service.
Are we, Mike? We're good.
We are off.
Okay.
We're off.
Nice job.
Thank you.
That's kind of crazy.
Hey, Lucy. Okay. Yeah, our mics are still up on the Facebook Live.
There?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lucy can still hear us.